Welcome, welcome, my friends, to another episode, not of Tion 2 this time, but of Entrenched in Nobility. A one shot that has evolved into something a little bit more. Last time, our nobles found themselves in the royal castle in Bronzewatch, being besieged by demons and devils alike, as they were forced into the underground basement, secret underground basement of the castle. In doing so, and fighting their way through numerous enemies, they found a certain item that allowed them escape. And as they did escape, they saw what was their home, or at least adjacent to their home, being ravaged by the imps and devils that had found their way to this land. And also, a weird giant dog thing that was off in the distance. But, nevertheless, as they were transported through space and time, they found themselves in some place much warmer, hotter, oppressive, as they found themselves standing on what looked to be a cavernous ground, the surrounding being earth, but illuminated by a fiery glow. What catch their eyes next, what was directly in front of them, a large, giant, standing wall and door, along with two guards of red skin, bald heads, and large weapons. And as the group began to understand what their situation was and what was happening, they also take into account that one of their own is missing. And that is where we begin this episode of Entrenched in Nobility. Ugh, got a hair in my mouth. Okay. So, nobles, what are you up to?
This isn't summer.
No, it's far more toastier than that. Oh boy, I didn't expect to come here again so soon. Or ever.
And
Again.
we're clearly in the wrong place, so we simply do what we did again, and we go to summer.
Can we?
Well,
Is that something that we can do at any time?
wait. Oh. Velda was the one who had the item, and now nowhere to be seen.
Then we find them and do it again.
Easier said than done. Don't even know where to begin looking.
Yeah, that's... Don't even know if they're in the same plane as us. If it dropped us off here, she could be an elemental plane of water, air, earth, or any other non-elemental plane. It was part of everywhere, wasn't it?
That
If
That
we
is
all ended
possible,
up here,
but it's
then
unlikely.
they likely ended up here.
That's what my thought is as well. That's breath
Being
itself.
here is also the most dangerous place we could have ended up, to my knowledge, from my experience.
And
You've
what
never had to
exactly
deal.
is
You've never
here?
had to deal with the unseelie.
Thankfully not.
You said you know what this place is. What is this place?
Yes, welcome to the city of Brass in the elemental plane of fire.
Fire.
Yes, this is actually where I found and rescued my one of my dear friends.
Then you know how to get around.
I kind of had guides for that, and they recommended just keeping your heads low.
And you picked up
They never-
nothing besides that?
I was mostly in a panic every time, at the entire time I was here.
Of course.
Right
This is
then.
not the ideal situation, but I know that there was some safe places.
And do you remember what they are?
And more based on feelings. Where was it? I don't remember at all the name of the district that was safe.
You you didn't really have like a tour. It was more of a duck and weave and get through kind of thing. So you'd be able to recognize like certain alleys and maybe exits in terms of sewerways or special buildings, but nothing on the larger scope of an official setup.
Right, I was more brought through a safe path through the city. Well, the area around it's not much
You-
better.
And you don't recall the path you walked?
I'm sure I could start us on the path, and it's been a couple years.
And these guides that you had, they are no longer here to help you? Help us?
They brought me here. They're not originally from this plane. They were from our plane. Amazing what wizards in training can do.
Adeline just glares, shakes her head, and then has her cloak change to match the city of Brass.
Alright then. Well, turns out we'll be having maybe not the worst possible scenario, but one of the not good ones. Entering an unknown city, dangerous territory with no guide. Well,
Big B, quick question.
Mm-hmm.
Would Adeline be able to sense any Fey portals if they were to exist in this plane?
If they were to exist, you would be pretty well attuned to them, yes.
Okay. So, not expecting to find one, but Adeline would like to make a roll if there is one to see if she notices one.
I would say at the moment, clear as day, there is an oppressive other feeling beyond anything that Adeline normally would feel in terms of just atmosphere. It's a clear indication that at least in the nearby vicinity, there is no Fey portals.
Okay. Just as a background thing, whenever we go to a new area, she's going to be seeing if she can sense one.
Duly noted.
Because we need to get back, so I can get back what was taken from me. Which is the entire reason I was there in the first place.
And what exactly was it that was taken?
It is mine. That's all that matters.
What else does matter if it doesn't relate to you? Very
Precisely.
well then. Oh, it's going to be interesting trying to get past your ego. Alright then, let's get inside. Begin searching. Alta has to be here somewhere. And Ash will begin to walk towards the gate.
Lacking any better idea, Adeline will follow without saying anything.
Understood.
Right behind the two much bigger people than me.
So,
much stronger people.
as you approach, the two larger individuals, one of a male persuasion, one of a female persuasion, look down, unimpressed, and the male speaks up. What's your business in the city of brass?
One of our traveling companions, upon our arrival, is nowhere to be found. We believe that she may be somewhere inside, or at least we are hoping so. We've come to look for her.
And I care why?
I am a player and blanking on a response, so you know what? Ash will be blanking on a response as well. He didn't expect a blunt answer like that.
You see the Ifriti just with his pinky finger dig deep into his nostril and rummage around and flick off to the side, just looking very bored. You dead down there?
Very well then. No,
I am trying
quite alive.
very hard not to get us killed.
And it is appreciated.
I'm a traveling merchant. I am looking for some exotic animals. I heard there was many here in the Plain of Fire, and what better city to look for them in the Grand City of Brass? It is our first time here though, and we're not sure where the nearest trading post is. Can you at least point us in the way?
Yeah, it would be inside.
Are we allowed to be inside?
Why do you want to go inside? What do you have to offer?
Have gold and things to trade.
Then show us.
Not trading to these guys, but I will reach into my pouch, or I will kind of lightly tap on my pouch, waking Ashlyn up. To kind of come rest on my arm at least. And I will kind of shuffle my back a little, and a lizard face, a white chameleon face pops up right on my shoulder. Kind of eyes looking around. I will lightly tap on with my foot on my shadow right underneath Ashlyn. A shadow bat comes resting on my arm. A bat made of pure shadow with purple mist coming off of him. And I reach into my pocket and pull out a stone that you guys know is a crab. And there's also a small kitten on my head still. Probably looking pretty terrified. All of them. Especially the bat. He is super terrified.
The Ifriti just kind of looks down at you and just kind of gestures. Is that it?
Well, it's a small menagerie of what I have to offer. Different animals from all over the plains.
Roll a persuasion check.
Thank goodness persuasion. That's it was on a natural 20, but then rolled to a 2, 10. Damn it.
And what of the others? What do you bring to the city of Brass?
Sean
Bodyguards?
will. Oh,
I look to both of them. Bodyguards?
One will say, my blades.
indeed.
Look at me,
Roll-
I'm so much smaller. I'm so much smaller than these two, and especially much smaller than you, wonderfully big guards. I need someone to have my back.
You bring little for needing so much.
That's why I'm more purchasing.
They need an offering, something to sweeten the deal. The city of brass doesn't just allow any stragglers to walk in its doors.
Very well then. Ash will hold out the side of his cloak and show that it can shift colors from a regal purple to a nearly metallic look and a sheen of platinum almost. It can, and then go to a very deep blue, very bright scarlet, and back to its original color of mostly black with gold trim. This is a magic cloak that can shift its color to whatever its wearer wishes. A great aesthetic piece for any who wishes to present themselves at their best.
How much is that cloak worth?
Isn't it
It-
common?
Yes, it is a common magical item. It does not list a cost, but it is a common magical item.
Understood. Give me one moment.
I think there's a list for how much common magic items are worth, or how the rarity of magic items to worth. Somewhere.
There's a moment as the giant elemental leans down towards you and looks at the cape, and there's an exhale of steam out of his nose. Roll me a either persuasion or deception check, Ash.
Alright. I will go with persuasion because he is genuinely offering this. Because out of everything he has, this is what he would be most willing to part with as a magic item. A natural 20 for a total 26.
Oh, thank goodness someone got that. Someone got that natural 20.
That's very good because you had to beat that 23 I rolled. The steam kind of swirls around the group, and the man elemental kind of nods his head as he stands back up. He looks over to his partner, and she looks down to you guys, and she makes eye contact with you, Adeline. And you, what do you have for us?
I said, I bring my blade.
Are you above game? Are you showing it, or are you just stating this?
She's just stating this, that as in she will, saying as in she will fight, not as in she will give her weapon. I bring my skills.
And how do you wish to perform your skills in the city of brass exactly?
She will, spawn her other self. Like I said, I will fight.
roll me persuasion, deception, or intimidation.
She's not good at any of those, and she's being straight up, so persuasion.
Okay.
Dirty 20.
Nice. Good number, good number.
Okay. Then, as it seems, your trade is worthy of entrance into the city of brass. However, be made known very clear. There is no tolerance for the chaos that those who dwell on the plains beyond the fire here in the city of brass. Any commotion, trouble, or problems that you may cause here will send you into the lake of fire ourselves. Do you understand?
Yes, sir. Very good, sir. We wouldn't wish it.
That was the
Crystal
woman that was
clear.
speaking, by the way.
Yes, ma'am. Very well, ma'am.
Ash, Adeline.
Adeline said crystal clear.
Understood. As well as the fire in this plain shall be hot.
There's an exhale out of her nose of steam, and she looks back over at the other guard, and they both nod at each other. They both put their hands on the large brass gate in front of them, separated into two sides. And as they do, you can hear the sound of sizzling flesh against a hot metal surface as steam begins to come from their hands as they push against the gate, unfazed by the temperature. And you can hear the heaviness of the gate kind of pushing it back against, using a little bit of its weight as resistance. But nevertheless, the gate does open, entreating you to the sight of a city.
Yes, that was another warning. Do not touch any of the metal here. It is exceedingly hot.
Beeline just looks at him with a face that basically says, "Why would I touch metal?"
Fair point.
She will dismiss her duplicate and stride forward.
Ash will follow along.
And Ideal takes up the rear.
Yeah.
Okie doke. As you guys
Hiding
go.
all animals away again, except for Ashlyn. This was once her home, or close to her home.
Okie doke. As you all begin to head in, what is most apparent to you after the heat, after the smell of fire and soot and ash, is a fairly common sight, if you will. The sounds of a bustling trade not too far away as you pass by buildings made of a distinct make. It's almost like a combination of sandstone and the brass that you saw at the gate. It's designed in such a way as that it looks almost natural to the overall cavernous landscape around you. A darker and richer brown color with a glint and hint of shining and shimmering from the brass that is made into the trim of the buildings. They vary in size, but most of them do not exceed 2 stories in height. As you see, there are a variety of houses and shops that are built into said houses in this upcoming bazaar that you are entering. Again, the bustling sound of many people enjoying the day of trade, and you see many different kinds of people. You see genasi, you see tieflings, you see elves of a different sort. You see many different individuals, and individuals that you aren't exactly sure what they are, as none of you have ever seen them. Almost looking to be fish-like in appearance. You see people with blue skin and lacking noses, but they seem to be fine in the area nearby. You also see what appear to be something of a sight that you are not keen on. There is a number of individual entities that do not present a connotation of sex either way. They look androgynous in their build, but there's something more peculiar than just that. It's the lack of facial expression or even facial emotion, as they look still but moving. Their eyes don't have pupils or irises, they're just one solid color, much like a tiefling's, but they're rounder. And their movements seem to be very calculated, almost... It's hard to describe exactly what it is, but there are many of these entities, strange to you, not just that kind in particular, and many people in this bazaar hawking and trading goods loudly as the sound of their voices now drown out the sound of the bubbling lava and magma around. What do you guys do?
You know this city. Take us to where we could leave.
Where did we answer? Out of character, I do actually know one way we could leave. Would I know in character?
What is this way that you're referring to?
The docks.
Oh, yeah, you would know that there are docks here.
Yeah. The docks that people from and many other planes actually come here to do trade.
All right.
Yeah, we could see if we can sanction a ship,
Yes.
board passage, and try to leave. But we would be leaving our friend if they're even here.
Somehow I believe it's going to cost us.
Indeed.
Nobody
Oh,
does
for
anything
sure.
for free, especially here. If what just occurred to even enter means anything. So, I'm going to assume that we're going to need to find a way to pay. And if we do that, we're going to have to find the individual you have decided is a friend.
Right.
Oh yeah, you're all crazy. I don't know why I called them a friend.
Well, extreme situation seemed to have put us all together, and I, for one, am not keen on leaving a potential ally behind. There are many
Once we get to
uses.
summer, we'll have all allies that we'll need.
What even is summer?
Summer courts.
Ash gets a sour expression on his face. You mean to take me to the land of the Fae? The people that I have been struggling to survive against most of my life.
It's only natural that you would struggle to survive against my people.
I hate all of you.
Adeline just chuckles a little bit.
Ideal shrinks even more.
Well,
What did I do? I don't.
you didn't do anything. This bickering isn't going to get us anywhere. Alright, first, before even thinking about getting out of here and how to pay, we need to figure out where our ally is. And if we don't find her, then who knows, we may not even need to pay, we can just leave that thing again.
Sure. Fine. So,
But
where, pray tell, do you suggest we start looking?
Who knows where it will put us next? One dangerous place to another. We don't really know much about them.
oh, I do know. I do know a spell that can help me detect magic. And I'm thinking that, given how strange of an item that she has, it would probably be very unique among everything else here. It might not work, but it will at least help somewhat. Give us an idea of where to look, perhaps.
Go ahead.
Alright. And Sean will cast at first level. Actually, wait. Ash would know this. You know what? Nah. He's gonna try it anyway. Cause who knows? Maybe it's a unique enough item that it'll beat that. He is going to cast Detect Magic. It does say that that the magic of Detect Magic is blocked by an inch of common metal, but Ash's thought process is it's such a unique, strange item that who knows? There's so much that's unknown about it. Maybe it could be detected even through metal. He doesn't know, but he's willing to try.
As Akshan, you focus your magic and use your training that you have accumulated in Ivir as a paladin, and you open your eyes again. You are bombarded with a number of different magical senses at first. You see enchantment magic, you see evocation magic coming from a number of different items and people in the surrounding area. Conjuration magic is strongly apparent in some of the guards that are walking by. You see a number of transmutation magics built into the buildings themselves. And as you try and focus your sight, even before you're able to put in an effort to look for this one particular item that you're looking for, towards the upper middle part of the city, your eyes are drawn as you're looking around, and there is a tall structure that just roars in a magical flame to your eyes. It's like being a child standing in front of the biggest bonfire you have ever witnessed. And its magical school is not one of the basic elements, not a transmutation, not enchantment. It just radiates dominance. You can roll a perception if you want.
New school of magic unlocked. Dominant school of magic.
A perception, you said, yes?
Yes, please.
Channel your
Alright.
inner Leanna. Channel your inner Leanna.
I wish. +2 is current. Let's see. 10. Yeah. It makes sense with how you described overstimulation.
You are able to get a good idea of what is around you at the current moment. It's overstimulation, but it does not last long. And the sense around you, as someone who is of nobility, you can tell that despite this looking like a common trading place, there are a lot of very interesting and ancient devices around you at the moment. Adeline, would you like to search or get a feeling for a Fey portal?
Yes.
Okie dokie. Give me a perception or an insight check.
Which of these is Adeline better at? That would be perception. 9. I am not used to this bad a perception.
I think Adeline is more distracted by the peasantry that's currently around her and the smell of the peasantry that is around her.
Yeah. Or more the look. I don't think she'd care about the smell because she's not really trying to smell anything.
Very fair. It looks like a lot of common folk in the nearby area. So purple. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Well, I'm not sensing. Well, no, I am sensing something. That. And Ash will uh, nod his head in the direction of the tower. I do know that that tower is absolutely overwhelmingly magical. It doesn't even give any sense of what even the school might be. It's just absolute dominant power. But besides that, and as well as the magic in the surrounding area from the various baubles and from various people, I don't sense anything similar to that item. Unless that tower is what I'm sensing. The item isn't there. Which is worrisome if that is true.
I would hopefully doubt that they would make their way to that tower.
What is it?
Would they have told me that what that tower was on my first trip here?
Oh yeah, they told you when you knew the name associated with that tower.
That is the Charcoal Palace, where the great Sultan resides.
Hmm.
Somewhere
That
to not
explains
go
the
there.
energy then. Yes. Definitely avoid there, if at all possible.
Yeah, if he's sensing that strong in magic, probably him.
Alright then. Avoid the tower. And search the city for another odd magical source. As long as I can, at least. I'm so nearly drained from that fight earlier. If at all possible, we should try to find a place to rest if that's even possible.
Out of character, didn't we get a long rest? Or at least the effects of one?
That is actually a good question.
What do your character sheets say?
That's why I'm asking, because I remember you saying something along those lines, so I adjusted to be a long rest, but I honestly... It's been so long since we've been these characters.
Yeah, same. I don't remember if you have adjusted for a long rest. If one of you has, then I probably did say it. So all of you can adjust for a long rest. Because it's been a while, I don't even remember.
Understood. I will
Yeah, I have my spell
adjust
slots
that.
back, so I know for sure we got a short rest.
Alright. I will adjust for long rest then. Greatly appreciated.
No problem. Thank you, Maru, for looking out.
I will still have one spell slot used for that detect magic that I cast earlier.
Oakley dokley.
Alright then. Let's get moving. Search around. See if there's anything that we can... any way we can find our missing companion. Or Morak, or even the item itself. Hopefully they aren't separated.
You're looking for an item, and at that moment, there's a kind of scraggly older man, looks to be a fire genasi, with just a random ton of trinkets in his hands. He's like, I got plenty of them. You want to see items? I got this. This is from the material plane. This is a weird one. We got, and he's just going on and on.
Ash will jump a little, startled, does not, did not expect that, and he'll say to the old man, no, thank you. I'm actually would rather appreciate your help looking for a person if you might have seen
Uh,
a. Sorry, you were saying?
oh, that's a bit of an unusual ask, but I'll do anything for a silver.
Well, I'm looking for a out of character. Velda was dwarfish, right?
Yep.
Okay. I'm looking for a dwarvish woman named Velda. And wouldn't have been heavily armored, seemed to be more of a magical proficient person. Ash will also give as best of a description as he can from his memory.
Okie doke. I hope that's picked up on the recording because my Bluetooth just disconnected for some reason.
What was it that you had said? I heard anything for silver. Is there something after that?
No, I said anything for a silver, and you're like, I'm looking for a dwarf woman, and that cut out, and then I heard he'll describe her as best as he can in as much detail.
So, nothing of importance was missed then. He just said, Velda, dwarvish woman, describe her as best he can, not heavily armored, seemed more magically proficient. I think that's all I said before going into the generic. Ash describes how the person looks better than I do as a character. I do as a player because it's been so long.
Understood. The man kind of looks and scratches his chin. Well, there's been a number of dwarves around, but none of the fairer complexion. I haven't really seen much of them around here, so I'm a bit out of luck on that one. Sorry.
Alright.
About portals to the Feywild.
Portals to the what?
The Feywild.
He kind of like backs up and gives you a bit of a squint. Is this some sort of game I'm supposed to know?
No. No game. Just a direct question.
I mean, I don't think so.
Adeline turns away and begins walking off.
So sorry, sir. That was a lot of information to bombard you with.
Oh, no problem. I'm all for helping.
We greatly appreciate it.
Anytime. Do you want some of my trinkets?
I don't know if we exactly have the time, but what would your best selling item be then?
Oh, my best selling item. and he kind of goes through the crate that they're all in, and you see that he throws out a number of things. One looks to be like a chicken's foot that's made of metal. Another one appears to be kind of like this weird crosshatch symbol of some sort, but it's already gone and down the way before you guys are able to actually ascertain what it is. Let's see. What would you have, old man? Well, I got a board, and he pulls out just a straight up wooden board. I got this purple scarf here. Now this one I heard is a legend passed down from the airplane, and this one is from a dynasty, very old and long lasting. So it's in very good condition considering how old and how valuable it is.
Can I suppose insight check?
Yeah, go ahead, roll insight.
Or yeah, just straight insight, just to see if he's BSing it. 16.
16. He looks to be admonishing the facts a little bit.
I mean, is it just a scarf? Does it do anything special?
I mean, it's well aerated, so it keeps you nice and cool around here in the hot parts, because that's what the air nobles wanted to do. But I got other things. I have and he's digging in a little bit deeper just to check. What do you got? What do you got? Oh! If you're into the getting people out of your way kind of business, I got a little something. Blinks, are you there?
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
That sounds handy. Sounds useful.
Well, I got this, and he pulls out a kind of fat-bottomed bottle, pretty small, roughly about like index finger in length, and he kind of holds it out.
And what is this?
This is a very special kind of poison that's brewed up by the drow of the Underdark, back on the material, of course. It's very potent.
No, I've never been to the Underdark.
Oh, it's a bad place, horrible place, don't go, but I can bring a little bit of it to you.
I heard terrible things about it, but I'm still curious about the animals they have down there. That is extremely valuable. If how much would you be willing to? How much to part with it?
Well, now you have been an absolute delight and very kind, so I want to be kind in return. Now, you see, this poison is very valuable, and the elves from the Underdark would cost you an arm and a leg in order to buy it. I'm going to make it very nice for y'all. I'm gonna say that this doozy right here I'll part with for 50 gold pieces.
So sorry, sir. That is still a little steep for my price range. See, feed from my animals isn't cheap, so kind of need to make sure that that's taken care of before anything too spectacular of a purchase like that.
I understand. Well, if you're in town for any extended period of time, don't be afraid to come on back if you get a little bit more change, and I'll have plenty more things for you to peruse.
And who would we ask for if that is indeed something we are able to do?
Oh, just ask for timber.
Timber. Timber or tinder?
Timber, like the wood.
Timber. Okay.
A little strange for a fire genasi to be named after wood.
He's a strange man.
Just out of character, yeah.
Very well. Timber.
Well, my name is Ideal. If you, just for proper introductions.
Sean Blightclaw, but please, just call me Ash.
Ash, roll me a insight check.
Insight. Ooh. Insight, where is that? There it is. 21.
When you say your last name, there is the slightest hint of recognition that crosses his eyes.
You know what? He's gonna call him out on it. You've heard of my family.
There's a bit of a passing a little bit of stories that are kind, and he starts like grabbing his collar a little bit, kind of not like someone who would be like trying to pull out something, but he's just kind of grabbing it like a stress toy. And stories get around, and hey, look, it looks like your friend is getting really far away. You should catch up to her before she leaves.
Ideal, you go ahead. I'm concerned about something. What stories have you heard of us?
Remember not to cause too much trouble, and I
I
will
won't.
back away.
Okay. I mean, there's things here and there that you hear. I mean, Black Claw, it's kind of it's a strong family name, so it does get a little bit dicey when you hear certain things like that.
If you're worried about me causing you harm, I promise you that it won't. What have you heard?
Oh, hey,
I did not know her name reached this far.
well, I mean, uh, you've been busy, so I don't see why you would be paying too much attention. Um, uh, and he takes a step back.
You said you'd do anything for a silver. Then how about for a few gold? And Ash will reach into his pouch and hold 5 gold. What do you know of us?
As you hold out the 5 gold and you ask that question to him, Ideal, you are heading over towards Adeline. And Adeline, you have long since left this scene and are on your way trying to search for some semblance of escape or some semblance of a Fey portal nearby.
Yep.
All three of you at this moment are immediately bombarded mentally with dozens, if not hundreds, of voices at once, and they come by at blinding speeds, just as if someone is playing 1,000 voice messages at once, fast forwarded. Except for you, Ideal. Because while the other two end almost as soon as it began, yours ends with a voice very similar to yours, almost identical to yours. And it just sounds Each of you take 5 points of psychic damage.
Ooh,
Ooh. Okay.
I'm down. No, not really.
Adeline will stop in her walking for a second, shake her head, and look around.
I am on my knees, clutching my head.
Ash tightly closes his eyes, and with the hand that uh uh closed holds his eyes shut for a second, uh clenches both of his fists and holds his head for a moment, and when it passes, shake his head, look around.
Adeline, looking around, you see that there is just the constant stream of commoners and traders going by you as it was before. The surroundings have not changed. Ash, you see that as after you close your eyes, you can hear the quick stepping of feet, and as you open them, slightly blurred, you can see that the fire genasi has bolted. And Ideal, you can hear in your head another voice. You're looking a little bit beat up. Are you okay, man?
It was... That was my laugh. He's using my laugh. It was him. It was me. fucking prick. It really hurt.
So, you all are separated now with a headache.
Does Ash go after him or not? Would he?
It was like I was mocked viciously by my doppelganger.
Oh no. Well, Ash is very concerned, and he didn't know stories got this far. He doesn't know what stories they are. He he genuinely means the person no harm, but he's he's not gonna do it with the time that it's taken him to deliberate will he or will he not. He's probably even long gone by now, because he doesn't want to cause trouble and he doesn't want the person to put him in a situation where he would end up in trouble. So he's just going to give up on that for now, and if the opportunity arises, be back later. And
It really is super, super difficult to not be intimidating when you're so big and intimidating.
I mean, yeah, if you saw, wait, how tall is Ash exactly? If you saw a 6'6" dragon person, yeah, that probably would be pretty terrifying.
As well as
But-
in armor. Aren't you in armor?
Yeah, heavy plate armor.
Yeah.
Adeline's
Yeah.
actually going to see if she finds a place where she can stand and stop for a second with a little bit of room to maneuver. She's going to spawn in her echo and take a look at herself to make sure that she's okay after that splitting headache.
There's the hair out of place.
Basically, yes, that is the kind of thing she's looking for.
As you kind of step into like this little doorway of a building that seems to be pretty quiet, you spawn the echo and kind of checking over yourself, you do see that your left eye looks to be a bit bloodshot.
She will swear under her breath, dismiss the echo, and move on. There's not much she can do for a single bloodshot eye right now.
And after it took Ash probably about 5 seconds of deliberation before deciding whether or not to go, and in that time he's probably put too much distance between him between the two of them, so he's not going to chase after Timber. If he can, he might come back and search for him later, but not right now. That's not important. Not as important as something else. And he's going to put the gold away and head after Ideal.
Hey, at least he didn't take it.
You quickly catch up to Ideal, who is on his... Now, he was just putting his hands on his knees, right?
No, on my knees, head, hands clutching my head. Or, well, just for the moment, I'm probably just getting back up now.
Did you get that too? There was noise in your head? A headache?
Yeah, yes, how did... He's mocking me.
Mocking? Who's mocking you?
Mm, Person who stole my life. Parading around as me right after blurb of so many different things, just laughing at me. You got it too?
Yes, I did. Stole your life, parading to you. Someone's impersonating you?
Yeah, and stole my place and my family. None of my family recognizes that that's not me. I am me. I am ideal.
Does that mean that whoever it is here?
I highly doubt it. He's probably lapping in my room, touching all of my stuff, and probably not taking care of all of the animals that I had in there.
Well, let's find Adeline and perhaps we can get back to our search. Blast that Virgin. What did he know about my family? I can come later. That doesn't matter now. What matters now is our fourth member. Let's get going, I do.
Yeah.
You guys, with the intention of finding Adeline, after about 5 minutes or so, you would be able to catch up to her. But in the meantime, Adeline, can you give me a perception check?
16.
16. As you're kind of walking around, just getting a good read on everything, as much as you can, trying to figure out your situation and how to get out of it as quickly as possible, you hear whispers of people talking about a specific event coming up, some sort of gladiatorial combat called a battle royal. Apparently it's something that has caught many people's attention, and a lot of them seem to be talking about it in some grand prize. It's hard to hear any specifics beyond that.
Sounds interesting.
About 5 minutes or so into walking, and you all have run into each other once more.
Oh, thank
There
goodness we found you again.
Back. Sorry, something fell.
No worries. Adeline is going to look at them for a second and say, Would either of you be interested in trying to find out more about a battle royal with a grand prize?
Actually, it could be useful to figure out
We're going to need some kind of resource.
exactly. Worst case scenario. Who knows? Maybe the grand prize is. I don't even want to say it for fear it would come true. But either way, yes. Depending on what this grand prize even is, we need some way to pay our way out of here. And who knows? Perhaps Belda would also research this, thinking that we would be interested. It's a shaky thought process, but it's better than nothing.
I mean, yeah, we can look into it. Are you considering?
Why wouldn't I?
Because for you, failure is literally impossible in your mind, even though it is quite possible.
No, you were right at the start.
Indeed. Well, I would be interested. I need to get better. I need to always be better. I may be the best now, but that doesn't mean it'll stay that way.
That is a sentiment that I can get behind.
Finally, something we can agree on. And how about you? You don't seem like much of a fighter ideal.
I am a zoologist. I am not built for all of this.
You seem to handle yourself fairly well back at the castle.
That was mostly me just hiding behind you two.
Well, then we'll continue to do the same. We draw their attention. We keep them busy while you pelt them from far away.
Is Adeline's eye still bloodshot?
Are you calling your echo to check it?
No, I'm checking to see if they will see her eye being bloodshot.
Oh, I would say, yeah, it is.
Okay. So if you look her in the eyes, you'll see that one of her eyes is bloodshot at the moment.
Did you also hear the blurp of noises a few moments ago?
Yes, I did hear something a few moments ago. Do you know what that was?
Not entirely, but I heard laughing as well, and right after it, and it was my laugh.
Your laugh, you say?
I didn't hear
Yes.
any laughter.
So he's just mocking me. That's great. Of course, he'd just be mocking me, taking my life, and why me? Why me? Why me? Why me?
Somebody takes something from you, you take it back.
Have you looked at me? Do I look strong enough to take something like that back?
From yourself, definitely.
I wouldn't have. It's still requiring outside help, not just from me.
Well, you have mine.
Trying so hard to not be super mean. 'Cause I really don't want to destroy group cohesion just because Adeline would be a mega bitch.
Do what you think is right,
I don't think it's right is the thing.
then don't do it.
Like, it's just something she would probably say, but I don't know if she'd care enough.
It's just all of these situations are calling for being a stronger person, and Ideal is not a stronger person. He's not meant for all of this. He's not meant to go to war. He's not meant to. He kind of is meant to travel the plains, but not on a whim.
Who said anything about fighting a war?
The demonic war. Our kingdom was literally being attacked. My kingdom.
Yeah, that is a fair assumption to make because we don't know what's happening there. Could be an
Yeah.
all-out war.
Heck, I'm a tiefling. People are going to assume that I'm part of the demonic invasion.
And if people do assume that, then I'll be right there behind you to scare them off.
Well, that was out of character talking.
Ah, you said I, so I assumed. Okay. Well, again, pointless discussion will get us nowhere. We have some type of lead to give us a prize to pay our way out of the city once the time comes. So, let's gather more information. Who exactly is entering, and what exactly the prize will be, what the rules of the competition are, etc., etc. If we can figure out how to win this as easily as possible, then we'll be able to get out of here as easily as possible.
Fine.
Are we in
I-
agreement?
I'm willing to help.
You do not
Just
have to fight if you do not wish.
Nothing good
If-
comes from making those who don't wish to fight, fight.
the odds will be better, and you are right that we need this. This could help us get out. I don't have much money. I don't have much gold. When I was cut out of my family, I didn't really have much gold to bring with, and everything that I've made and such gone to other things.
Less talking, more doing.
Mm-hmm. Let's see if we
Sorry,
can find out more
oversharing.
information then.
And yeah, we'll do that.
Let's see. If you wish, I'm assuming you're wishing to learn more about this battle royal thing.
Yes.
Indeed.
Yes.
Then I'll want all three of you to roll. If you wish to strike up conversations to get people to talk about it, roll me a charisma check. If you wish to overhear people talking about something, roll me a straight wisdom check.
Straight charisma versus straight wisdom. I will go for the straight charisma check, because that is slightly better.
Charisma's better, but Adeline wouldn't want to talk to peasantry.
Yeah, Ash will try to make himself personable.
15.
That? Ooh, an 18.
My deal is a more of a people person, so 17 charisma.
Okay. You rolled a 17 in charisma?
Yes, I rolled a 17.
Okay, so 18, 17, and 15?
15 wisdom to overhear.
Okay. So, yeah, Ash and Ideal, you are able to, strike up some very casual and nice conversation with some nearby common folk from the city itself, and they tell you, in this discussion, they have a nice talk about how apparently the Sultan is starting some sort of tournament, and they are interested to go see, but it costs a lot to just view the tournament. They're not quite sure what kind of combatants there are going to be. It's been kept quite a secret. But there is a huge clamoring for this prize that everyone's been talking about. It can either be some sort of, grand weapon. Some people are even saying that could possibly be a favor from the Sultan. Some people are saying it's some sort of magical scroll that houses a spell that hasn't been casted in thousands, if not millions of years. It's a wide, vast array of possibilities that no one quite has their finger on. And Adeline, surprisingly, because the DC for wisdom was lower, and there's a little interesting thing with this one. Adeline, as you are kind of stepping away and just keeping your ear out, you hear something that is very familiar. Because about 75 to 85 feet away from where the group started, you start hearing Sesera, Yasamedo, Yesera, and it's a very familiar tongue. You're hearing someone speak Sylvan.
What are you saying?
You hear the words as you're coming up. Yes, I think it's all in place. I'm not quite sure, though. Maybe we should check again.
And does she see the ones who are speaking in Sylvan?
As you turn around the corner, are you trying to be stealthy, or are you just walking around the corner?
Just walking around the corner. Adeline is not. Adeline is somehow less stealthy than Leanna.
Okie doke. Then you would see immediately a elven figure not an Eladrin, a material elf. Looks to be a high elf. And you see them talking to this kind of hunched over figure covered in a cloak. It's hard to make out. They look to be about half the size of this elf who's about 5 feet 7 inches. And this is what the elf has said to this hunched over figure.
What does the elf look like? Like, does he look like he is... You said he's a high elf, but is he highborn? Is he someone of money?
Just a quick glance. It's a weird mixture of both, because his face is covered in soot and ash, but his clothes have this really regal design to it. You see a little bit of gold trim going along the overcoat that he's wearing, and you see a little bit of some sort of sparkly embroidery on what looks to be a necklace that seems to be dangling over what once was a fine white undershirt. You see that he's wearing a circlet around his head that looks to be, again, a fine make, but all of this stuff is just covered in soot and ash and dirt.
In Sylvan, Adeline will say, trying to figure out how she would word this to come off as Adeline, but still asking for something.
Adeline is just going to become our new descriptor.
Well, it's the perfect descriptor.
It is. It is. I mean, like, I just meant it in like, oh, you're acting like such an Adeline kind of a thing.
Basically, yes. And it is so hard to word this properly. She wants to ask if they know of a way back to the material or the Feywild, but I want to say it in a haughty way.
Then make it a command, not a question.
You there. Tell me, do you know of a portal back to the Feywild or the material?
The elven man kind of jumps and looks over at you, a little bit flinchy, and you see that at first he processes your appearance, and then he processes the words that you actually said, and then he processes the language in which you said it. And he immediately switches back to common, and he says, I'm unaware of any nearby portals in the area. I'm so sorry.
Very well. She will turn and walk away. Back to the others, because didn't have the info she wanted.
Understood. So, as you head back to the others, yeah, you, Ideal, and Ash have gained the information that you are going to gain. And same with you, Adeline.
Unfortunately, doesn't seem like we got anything too useful.
Just
Yeah,
that
no, just
prize
a
is-
whole lot of rumors.
the prize is valuable, and we could use that value to do what we need to.
Indeed. There's theories as to what it is, a weapon, a favor, magical item of some kind, a scroll with a powerful spell, never before seen, or if it has been seen, then been millennia since it's been revealed, yada yada yada.
It's expensive to even see it. Who knows how much it'll cost to even join?
Um,
And we don't even know where it's taking place.
Sounds like something you could ask.
well, how about you then? Is there anything you got that could be useful besides what we already found?
Just some elf speaking in Sylvan. Didn't know anything about a portal, so not worth the rest of my time.
Ash opens his mouth to say something, thinks better of saying it, and closes his mouth again. Well, if we can find this arena then, if we find where it's being held, then we'd probably be able to gather more information there to compete.
I did say I was bringing my blade, and I am not a liar.
Well, if you did, if you perform as well in that tournament as well as you did that fight earlier, then I see no reason why we should lose.
I only
Well,
get better.
well, let's see if we can find out anything about actually competing and where to sign up for this tournament then.
Um, just carrying your charisma scores. The next couple of people that you're able to approach, these ones being of Orcish descent, they tell you that you, Akshan and Ideal, as you are the personable ones in this group, they tell you that they were planning on entering, but there were qualifications that they didn't meet. There was something about either an entry fee or a rite of entry, and when they asked, well, what's the rite of entry, they were told that if they needed to ask, then they were not worthy of it. And when told the entry fee, they immediately knew that they couldn't afford it.
Ooh.
As for location, they said that the let's see here. They said that the actual sign-up place was over by the Phoenix Gate, but the location of the tournament was not divulged, although some people have been whispering that it's either going to be somewhere near the Plaza of the Hunters or the Gate of Glory.
Gate of Glory would make sense. Just given the name.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all the orcs know.
All right. And just to be sure I have it right, Phoenix Gate for signups and not divulge, but theorized for the tournament as itself to be Gate of Glory or just the main plaza area?
Yeah, Plaza of the Hunters.
Plaza of the Hunters. Okay, thank you.
So we know that it's a very selective tournament, and only the highest of high authority can attend and watch.
So we need to go sign up and prove ourselves. Simple enough.
Don't have a
Right.
right, and are you two swimming in money?
The right is proving ourselves. They wouldn't want somebody to enter who wouldn't put up a good fight or make for an entertaining show.
Indeed. Who knows? Maybe the rite of entry is simply being noble born. Who knows? But it's worth it to try. It's better than nothing.
You two are confident in that.
It makes the most sense to me.
So, heading down to the Phoenix Gate.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Heading out of the general trading district, at least in this section of the city, you begin to see a grander sense of design and architecture as the buildings themselves become more brilliant in their brass construction. You can see getting closer and closer to the palace of charcoal, the charcoal palace. I knew I had that backwards. As you're getting closer to there, you can see that there's a definitive gate before then, as there's a constructed wall heading or blocking you from the direction that you have been led. It is also of immaculate design, and in this area at the moment there is a sparseness of the architecture right by the gate. There appears just to be the guards standing by and the construction of the gate itself, standing about at least 40 feet tall, if not more so, closer to 50. The guards being about 25 feet.
Well then. Let's see if they'll let us attend this tournament.
Attend, you mean participate.
As a reminder, I have an ash raven with me, and I'm just petting her like a support bird.
Attend, participate, word choice is. Either way, let's move on. And
Wording is important.
Indeed, indeed. And Ash will walk out to the gate.
Okay. the guards standing by there are two males in a very similar, if not a little bit more filled out armor compared to the guards that you saw outside of the city. And they look down at you, and one of them, the one on the right, says, "What business do you have past the parade ground gate?"
We were directed here to sign up to compete in the tournament being held soon, the Battle Royal.
The Battle
We would-
Royal, you plan to participate.
Indeed.
Yes.
The sign up is at the Phoenix Gate beyond this one. But I must ask before you attempt, what have you to allow you past this gate? Either gold or right.
In our individual homes, we are noble born. We have great skill to compete in this tournament, imparted in us with much training. It would be a glorious fight to witness.
And it is you three who wish to enter.
It is.
Then, prove your right. Extend your hand.
Ash will do as he is told.
As will Adeline.
Bakingly just lifts his hand up. Just
And,
to give him his hand.
and as you guys do, you see that the Ifriti lays down what almost looks to be like a long scroll underneath all of you, underneath your hands. And he stands back up tall and looks down at you. And in a swift movement, unlike that of a being this size you've ever seen before, he brings a blade across all three of your hands.
Adeline doesn't
Yeah,
flinch.
Okay, so that is... Hold on, give me a second.
Yipe.
Okay. So that will be 15 slashing damage and 8 fire damage as the blade is brought across your hands and blood begins to flow from it, and your blood trickles down to the paper below, seemingly soaking it in. The paper soaking the blood in, not letting it drip across as the Ifriti looks down and says, "You have told the truth. You are of noble born. Please,
Was
proceed."
that really necessary?
Yes, it was.
Of course it was.
And that is where we will call a break.
All right.
We will see you all
Sounds good.
very soon.
See you on a bit.
See everybody in a little while.
And we're back. So, with the group finding their way to the parade gate, there has been quite a bit that's been going on in this day so far already. But let's take a little bit of a step back. As a little while ago, at the beginning of this trial, one Belda Fire Apple found herself separated as the conjuration magic switching between planes had worked mostly as intended, but instead of bringing her with the rest of her compatriots, Belda, you find yourself in the middle of a busy trade district, separated from everyone else.
What do I see around me?
There are numerous stalls and houses, stalls built into houses, and lots of different kinds of people hawking and trading their goods. You see buildings that are made out of a mixture of like sandstone and brass that meld in color with the seemingly cavernous surrounding, as you are slowly able to kind of pick up on your surroundings, noticing the heat, the oppression in the air and the atmosphere. You notice the feeling and sensation of being underground, yet having a vast expanse of land and area around you. You don't see sky, but call it a dwarven intuition, and you feel as if it's almost like you're underground at the moment. The stalls and houses are sandstone and bricked with a deep, rich brown color with trims of brass going along the outsides of the houses and around the windowsills.
Oh, I was with people. Probably asked for directions. Oh, but what's that? That's shiny. I'm gonna go to the first scroll or gem I see. Clockwork, if there's something.
You head over to a stall and you see that there's a large orcish woman behind it, and sprawled out on display is numerous kinds of precious rocks and shiny trinkets of all sorts. Some look like knickknacks, some could be of arcane value, but it's just kind of a wide assortment in a fairly unorganized mess in front of her simple stall.
What is the owner an Ifrit, or
No,
what
this
are they?
this stall owner looks like just a basic orcish woman.
Don't know if there's much I can get for 25 gold, other than maybe some information. Miss,
You need something?
I need a lot of things, but have you seen three, I think it was three, newcomers? I think one was an elf and a human. Strangers. They, one of them's very, very haughty.
Seen a number of haughty folk around, but no elves recently, no.
No, this person would make an elf blush in embarrassment.
I've seen, I think, some of the Sultan's concubines pass by a couple days ago.
Noting that. But no, probably not that. Well, I guess then, what do you sell here? What's your favorite thing to trade in?
Oh, my favorite. Well,
Yeah.
I do like a little bit of this. And you see that she pulls out what appears to be a sparkly feather. It is black towards the base, and then it softly transitions into a gray and then a stark white at the tip.
Is it from some magical creature, or is it a spell-like item?
From what I was able to gather, it was some sort of piece of a monster that the feather itself allows the holder to imbue some of that power into themselves.
Continuously, or is it a one-time use?
I've been able to display it before, and it worked, and it's not gone, but I haven't been able to do since, so I can give you a discount.
Well, that would be lovely. If it's just an art object now, it's very pretty. What would you call for that with the discount?
With the discount, considering it was a magic item, I will say this will be good for 22 gold.
Would you mind if I confirmed that it was all tapped out of magic first?
Go right ahead, and she hands it over.
Okay. I will spend 10 minutes to cast Detect Magic.
About 5 minutes through, she goes, "Are you done yet?"
Not yet.
8 minutes. How about now?
Almost. Maybe 120 seconds.
9 minutes and 40 seconds. I'm getting really tired of this.
Oh, please, you don't have any other customers right now.
Okay. The 10 minutes is up. You ritual cast Detect Magic.
Yeah, can I see if it has any charges left, or if it's just it was magical at one point?
You can see that it is currently magical. You can see now what would this be? You can see that coming from this feather is magic from the School of Transmutation.
Okay. I will put on the expression that, knowing stereotypes work on this woman, whatever is the dwarfiest disappointment, that as if I had just seen an elf do something incredibly undwarfy, and just shrug and say, well, it's still very pretty, so unfortunately not too useful, but maybe I'll make some jewelry out of it. What was the price again?
22 gold.
All right. I have no deception. I'm not going to fuck that up.
Okie doke. Subtract 22 gold, and you in turn get a feather of. Okay, I don't want to fuck this up. Is it the right spell? Hold on. Yes, you get a feather of levitate. It has 3 charges and recharges 1d3 at dawn.
Thank you.
No problem. Have a good one.
All right. Well, given that I just spent a big chunk of my money, the only rational thing is to go and find a seedy tavern with which to gamble it back.
Understood.
And please, if any of this takes too much time, you can speed me back to Lake Road.
No problem. I'll say, without much hassle, you are able to find a more quote-unquote uncultured establishment. Roll me a intelligence, wisdom, or dex check of your choice.
Any useful proficiency in tools or skills?
If you have a card proficiency or a dice proficiency, you may add this to the roll.
I really thought I would have given that to her, but apparently not, so just intelligence. 13. Well, actually, before I go in, I will cast Borrowed Knowledge and give myself proficiency in that.
Okay, that's fair.
So that'll be a 16.
Okay. So with a 16, I'll say that over the course of a good hour and a half or so, you're able to get back, let's say about 12 gold and 15 silver.
Lovely. I'll ask these people too if they've seen my strange group of acquaintances.
This group of people who look a lot like just lepers and very damaged war veterans just kind of shrug, not seemingly having a specific recollection of these individuals. But you do hear about a conversation, something about a tournament that seems to be going on in an opposite corner.
Well, that sounds way more fun than responsibilities to noble folk. I'm gonna go there.
Okay. Yeah, over there you see a fire genasi man, younger, looking to be in good shape, with kind of a hide armor on, but a hide of an animal that you're not exactly sure what it is. And you...
Hey! Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna call out to him. Hi, I heard there was a tournament. Who's fighting who? Or is it some other kind of game?
Oh, yeah, the tournament for the Sultanate. You thinking about joining in on that?
I'm not opposed to it.
I haven't heard many concrete details on it, but apparently there's some sort of grand prize that you win if you join in on the tournament. A number of people have said different things. Magical item, a favor. It's pretty unclear, but it's even harder to try and get into the damn thing.
Bigby, did you happen to give everybody a long rest at the start of the session, or am I still operating post Tooth Fairies?
Long rest I gave everyone.
Awesome. In that case, I would like to press him, or whoever seems in charge here, for how to join the tournament.
He says, Well, apparently there's a sign up at the Phoenix Gate, but it's real hard to get in. Apparently, either you have to pay a hefty fee in order to enter, or there's some sort of right that you need in order to get past.
And who would I have to butter up to get this right?
Well, if I knew what it was, I would tell you, but apparently the guards keep telling everyone if you have to ask, then you don't have it. So everyone's kind of at a loss of what the fuck it actually is.
Okay, well, I won't take up too much of your time, but have you happened to seen any of these three people? And I'll describe the group again.
He kind of looks down at you and says, "Those people, they sound interesting. Are they with you, or are you trying to collect on some sort of bounty?"
Again, not opposed to either. But we got separated, actually.
Well, because I'm still in the market of looking for some money, and, well, I need some help with some tasks that need to be done to get that money. And if you have certain individuals that would be so inclined to help, I would be all too happy to cut you in on a payday.
Well, I can't speak to anything affirmative until I get to ask them. I'm not going to make a deal on their behalf, but I think they might like a ruckus.
Well, if you ever find them, come back here, and I'll be waiting.
Hopefully I find them before I'm dead.
That's the
Which,
spirit.
given this place, might not be too long from now.
You just chose.
All right. Well, I have no idea what the magic puzzle is, so I would. Could I leverage charisma for an investigation and try to find my group?
Asking people if they've seen them? Yeah. Roll a straight charisma check.
In that case, 15.
15? Well, first off, as you begin going out and talking to certain individuals, you have a conversation and you feel like you're on the right track, but just as you feel like you're getting somewhere, there's a moment where your vision gets blurry and then your head begins to hurt as in your head you hear what sounds like hundreds, if not thousands, of just overlapping voices just going off at once, just a kind of sound in your head, and its speed is rocket fast. As soon as it's there, it's almost just as quickly gone. Except,
Yeah, sure.
at the end, there is one definitive voice. And that voice says, "Where are you going? You shouldn't be here. Go home. and it's familiar. Male, older.
I respond to them.
You can try.
Right. Well, where am I that I'm not supposed to be?
Silence greets you as nothing seems to respond. Also, you notice a trickle of blood running down your nose and you take 5 points of psychic damage.
Brother, why? Well, seems I'm out of options and leads, so I'm gonna go to the library and try to steal spells from their books if I find any.
Well, speaking of which, with that 15, since that is also your intention, I'll say that I'm kind of rolling that together. You do hear rumors of odd band of individuals heading northwest of your position, which is similar in vicinity to the closest thing to a mage's kind of library, although that's more connected to the large structure that you notice in the upper middle of the city, something that's behind several layers of wall.
Sorry, it's a feeling? Or...
No, because you rolled the charisma check. This is for your charisma check that you rolled. So, asking people and stuff.
I'll head in that direction.
Okay. About 20 or so minutes of walking, given your somewhat smaller legs, you eventually do come across a clearing of the buildings, and you start noticing that the streets themselves are cleaner, better constructed, more put together. And you start noticing even plant life, as there seems to be trees that are planted in this area. It's weird. The air itself is somehow less oppressive, but it's almost like there's tension, a tightness, like walking into a room in which there's already a lack of air, but it's somehow easier to breathe. It's a conflicting and confusing state. But more so than that, you do notice that about 75 feet or so in front of you, 3 very familiar companions with their hands outstretched, drenched in blood, their hands drenched in blood, as they seem to be bleeding onto some sort of sheet underneath their hands, and a large red man in armor with a drawn scimitar standing in front of them.
Does it look like it's a spectacle, or is it just this guy and the 3 of them?
Just this guy and the 3 of them.
Hello. Howdy.
Hmm?
But, what's happening?
Oh, there you are.
Oh, thank goodness we found you.
We've signed up for the tournament.
Why y'all bloody?
Proof of our right of entry.
You get to keep your hands, or
Yes.
Damn, you took it off.
Proof of your nobility.
okay. Well, as long as I'm not losing any body parts. Cut me open, giant man.
The giant looks at you and then looks at Ash. I was told that there were 3 of you that were joining. Who are you?
Elder Fire Apple, best cider in the entire material plane. And also, I really want to fight because I heard there were some prizes.
Roll me a persuasion check with advantage.
22.
You see, everyone sees that there's a smirk that comes across the lips of this Ifriti as the name Fire Apple is spoken. And he says, "Oh, okay, if that's the case." He takes out a little sheet and says, "Put out your hand."
I will take off my gauntlet and put out my hand.
Okie doke. Hold on, let me roll. Do. You take 15 points of slashing damage and 4 points of fire damage as he draws his scimitar across your hand, leaving a burn across it, but not enough to cauterize the wound. And your blood drips onto the paper below. You're telling
You
me
And a
would
little-
have been really taking it off.
Yes.
Yeah.
Continue.
You're telling the truth. Good.
Well, I wouldn't lie. It's my branding.
Did you happen to bring some of that along with you?
Can I make a flashback check to pack some of the product?
You know what? I'm not going to make this a house key thing again. So, I would say that Belda, as a salesperson, would probably have brought her, merchandise to the most noble get-together she's ever been to. So, yeah.
I'll pull out of my backpack. Oh, let's see. You seem like the brash sword, but actually, do you have a secret soft side?
He kind of gives you a weary look. How do you mean?
I'm gonna take that at face value. And I'll give him the hard spiced, the cinnamon with a kick, and a lot more liquor in it.
And he just kind of like, it's a big bottle for you. This dude is 25 feet tall. He's a giant. So he kind of takes and he's like, ooh, and his buddy looks at him with just the most disappointed parent face. And he just looks back and goes, "Fuck you, it's Fire Apple cider. I'm taking it." And he just begins to open the gate for you guys.
Oh, I'm jealous.
I got more. we can talk about that later.
And there's an opening now. I'm assuming you guys go through.
Yes.
Indeed.
Okay.
Trying to wrap up my hand as best I can, and following through.
As you guys move through to the other side of the gate, you are greeted with an ever-increasing amount of quality. The road itself becomes shiny and sparkly. Adeline, there's a bit of an uncomfortable sensation as the distinct feeling of ever-present metal is becoming ever more clear for you.
Makes sense to be a brass.
Go ahead.
I was going to say her cloak once again will shift to better match the newer surroundings.
It's just as shiny and just as eye-catching to anyone nearby. Speaking of which, there are denizens nearby, but these ones are dressed far more regal and far more royal. They have very elegant and very decorative attires, mostly robes, mostly dresses with long trains, very gaudy-like, as you pass through this gate. A distinct sense of overcompensation, as even from where you are, you can see that it grows in intensity, in wealth and presentation as you get further and further in. There are less shops, but the shops that are there are these grand boutiques, almost the size of bazaars themselves. You see that the people that are working have large staffs that work under them, helping many different individuals at a time. The hum of the people is far less quiet, or is far more quiet, I should say, as there are less people, but the conversations being held are far more personal, as there are loud and boisterous people, mainly Genasi, Ifrit. You notice a few humans, but most of the conversations just go, "Yes, if you could please fetch your finest attire from the," and just going on and on and on as such.
Everybody always wants the finest of everything.
In their minds, why wouldn't they want it? They are the best, so why wouldn't they deserve the best in their minds?
Exactly.
Yeah, but shops can only have finest of only one finest, and then quality must go down.
It does, but you don't need to tell them that. Their egos will inflate it back up.
Something has to be the
Exactly.
finest so it can be better than everything else.
Yeah, but it's already sold to the one other noble, the noble who came before you.
That's what they would think.
And rightly they would.
Continuing on.
Continue on. Yeah.
The next set of gates is twice as tall as the ones from before, as the actual landscape seems to go in almost an uphill direction. And before there were only 2 Ifrit, about 25 feet tall. Now there are 4 standing at this much larger set of doors, standing about 50 feet apart, but given their size and mass, it almost looks like they're standing shoulder to shoulder. However, this isn't the stand or the area that you are looking for, as your eyes are drawn to, beside it, a royal purple structure, much smaller than the wall itself, like a tent, although much more of a kind of like what you would see in a base camp kind of tent, as there appears to be a number of people lined up going into it, looking for something there. Your intuition can alert you that this is most likely the place you're looking for.
And here we are.
Yes.
So, I missed the first bit. What are the rules? If there are any.
Haven't been told yet.
Don't know. As far as I believe, it could simply be combat, fight for your life, as though it depends on it. Which, honestly, might actually be the case here. I'm not
Your
sure.
life always depends on it when you're in combat. To take a fight lightly is to die.
Wow. That is the first realistic thing you've said, and I'm so proud.
What happened to you
Well,
when we arrived here? Where did you go?
I went shopping. Why I went shopping, I don't know. Why'd you guys join the tournament?
No, I mean like when we first entered the city. When we first came here. Where did you go?
I ended up in the market. Don't know why.
Why did we opt to enter the tournament? For the prize.
Do you know what it is?
Whatever it is, it will give us enough resources to be able to go home.
Just in case the way we got here will not be as helpful as it was leaving. It separated us in the first place. Who knows if it would do it again. And also, we weren't sure if we would find you again. We were
Hey, well,
looking
I'm
for
all for
alternatives.
this, so cross that bridge later.
You do still have the tuning fork, right?
Unless my pocket was picked.
Well, you never know with a crowded city like this. I check my pockets.
They seem unpicked.
Okay, good.
Belda just blinks. She's not checking. She clearly doesn't care.
So you guys are getting in line?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
I'll even hop up and down to try and see over people and see how long the line is.
Yeah, I was just about to ask. Would 6'6" Ash be able to see over people's heads? Are there people taller than 6'6" Ash?
And or 6-foot Adeline.
Are all the people in front of us warriors?
So to answer that in order, Ash, you are taller than most people there, although you are not the tallest person there. Adeline, you're about more of the average. So most everyone is around-ish your height, if not extremely smaller, like more of a Belda or almost halfling size. And as for Ideal's question, yeah, pretty much everyone in here looks decked to the nines in armor, weapons, or some other kind of capability.
And back to being out of my league again. Oh boy.
It will be fine.
The line itself looks to be a good 12 feet in length, coming out of the tent itself.
Is it moving quickly at all, or is it just trudging at a snail's pace?
If you wait for about 3 minutes, it doesn't move.
As we're waiting, Bell is gonna keep up, or ritual cast and keep up detect magic, and just start clocking every other competitor's magical gear.
Okay. If you guys are all waiting in line, then the detect magic does come back up. And yeah, there's a good amount of what you can tell as magically enhanced or enchanted weaponry on most of the folk here. Some of them stronger than others. You see what looks to be some sort of smaller Ifrit with a battle axe that seems to be glowing heavily with a strong enchantment on it. I would say that beyond that, Belda's eyes would be drawn to the roiling fire that is just in front of her, as the structure that you would be heading towards if you continued on past the wall is just a crackling bonfire of magical energy. Was there anything specific beyond that you were looking for?
No, this is more just so that if we face an opponent, I might be able to recall something about what to expect from their gear.
Understood. As you are waiting and the line starts moving a little bit forward, you do notice that a lot of people are walking away from it, just shaking their heads, cursing, going, "God, fuck this stupid," and just continuing on down. About 15 or so minutes into waiting, there's a human man that you see just flung over the line and down the road, and he just skids on his back away.
Ash
Adeline almost
winces in
looks impressed.
sympathy. Sorry, what did you say? I talked over you.
That Adeline almost looks impressed.
And Ash winces in sympathy.
Well, since we're gonna be here for a little while, I don't really know any of you. And I'm gonna skip that part, but I figure we could all use something to unwind while we wait. And I'll go ahead and take the normal bottle, whatever is my standard fare, and start portioning it out for the group to just relax and pass the time. It's cider.
Hard or non?
It is alcoholic, but it's not like what I gave the Ifrit.
I
Indeed.
do not drink alcohol.
More for us, then.
Cheers. Thank you.
Appreciate it. This is quite good.
Thank you. If you want more, we have plenty in crystal. If we ever get back there.
If indeed. If indeed.
Heard
Around-
wonderful things about the craftsmanships of the craftsmen and women from Crystal.
Both are very good, yes.
Around this time, there's movement in the line. You guys are about 5 feet or so from entering the actual tent, and you hear commotion coming from the front, and there's seemingly some rustling. It's hard to tell because it gets really dark entering the tent, and as you hear a "Don't unhand me! How dare!" and then it goes really quiet. A moment later, you see a large, almost pale hand grasping by the head this, you assume to be tiefling man with a sword through his chest, just like a crane game, bringing this body out and flinging it off about 20 feet into the distance.
Poor soul.
I don't know, I kind of think he should have gotten a farther shot. Probably wasn't trying.
Making a point.
Another 20 minutes or so pass, and you guys are finally at the tent. And the people that went in before you have not come out, but you were still beckoned in.
Adeline will step in.
And Ash as well.
Zelda will tuck on the corners of her coat, sort of fluff herself up, and then march on in the heavy armor.
Clutching my bird. Just continues hugging. Just follows in.
As you guys enter, you are greeted with a very warm interior. Not just in the sense of the hot atmosphere, but in the colors of the room. There's a deep royal purple around you, along with this maroon, almost like a carpet underneath, but it looks to be the same brass from outside. Perhaps a heated one, or a heated version of this metal. The table before you is draped with an absolutely gorgeous and embroidered tablecloth. One, again, of a base royal purple, but a gold embroidery moving around it like flowers. And you see, after just a moment, that it is moving around it, almost like it's alive. A tapestry of a theater in motion in front of you. In the back, there appears to be 2 Ifrit, smaller, but of the same distinction as the guards that you have met. And there appears to be, at the other end of the table that you are approaching, a feminine form, bulky, with a strong jaw, but a veil over her face and stark white hair pulled back tightly. A flowing gown she's dressed in, and there's a folded fan in her hand. And with her face obscured, she says. Would you like to take a seat?
Very much, madam.
Will nod. Yes.
In front,
Ash will nod gratefully and take a seat.
in front of you,
Just sorry, just not without a word. Just sit down.
in front of you apparates seats enough for your whole entourage. They appear to be fairly well decored, although not as well as the room around you. A simple brass and sandstone combination, much like the buildings. So, what brings you to attempt this tourney of champions?
Yes.
Well, I just thought it sounded really fun.
For me, yes, it does seem like a great way to have some fun, but also it would be interesting training. You can be the best in your home, but that doesn't mean you're the best everywhere. That and the prize is most certainly enticing, though it's not the reason I'm here.
And you others?
Honestly, I don't really know why. I'm just desperately trying to find a way back or somewhere safer. And they decided that this was a good plan of action, and they're plenty strong, so I kind of gonna be in the back and helping as much as I can.
And you, Eladrin?
Oh, Adeline said the prize.
So, we have, and she looks at you, Belda. Amusement. Looks over at you, Ash. Dedication. Looks over at you, Ideal. Desperation. And looks over at you, Adeline. Wealth. An interesting combination of motivations to bring you here today. But this is accurate, is it not?
I would say it
Yeah,
is.
pretty accurate.
Do not lie.
Sure.
Good. I do appreciate it when the interviewees are up front. So, with that being the case, you've proven your noble heritage to the Ifrit at the parade gates. Good. And you haven't done anything to prove yourselves annoying. Even better. Then allow me just one question. How many do you intend to cut through in order to see your goal fulfilled?
Whatever's in my way.
Oh,
However many are in my way.
well, I hadn't really thought about that part. But I guess they signed up just like we did, right?
Indeed. Everyone else who's coming here knows the risks, just as I do.
I'm
And if
surprised
I
there are
can...
so many of them, given how strenuous the requirement was.
Mm. And to answer your question, well, to make this the second thing we agree upon, Adeline, as many are put in front of me.
You'll see Adeline have a small smirk on her face.
And you, trembling tiefling?
Any who are deserving.
There's a
Suppose that's not a good answer.
There's an audible crack in her neck as she looks at you.
I'm not usually a very violent person, so
This
it's
is a
kind of hard to.
This is a tournament, and lives are on the line. It is a yes or no, basically. Are you going to go to the end and win, or are you going to stop before and lose?
I don't want to die, so yes, I guess any who gets in our way.
Good. Then, allow me to invite you to our Tournament of Champions. May I get a name?
I am a Sean Blightclaw. I prefer to go by Ash.
Beldemir of Fire Apple, of the same clan.
Adeline Yaster.
Ideal Talentora.
Wonderful. Now, a name to address you all by.
Group name.
Oh, I've never had to consider one of those.
Well, during the tournament, we surely can't just list your names out longhand. We have to have something that's snappy and to the point.
Well, apparently we're Ideals Corruptors.
Corruptors of ideals. Sure.
Oh, I'm honored my name is put in consideration.
Doesn't have that half bad of a ring to it.
I pat him really hard on the back. Hey, you're a mascot now.
You touch something invisible on my back.
she'll pause for half a second. She acknowledges that, but knows better than to reveal somebody else's magical secret, so she's just gonna act like I missed or like it was really quick and just kind of back off as if nothing happened.
Corruptors of ideas. I like that. So, with that busy work out of the way, allow me to welcome you, truly, to the city of brass, and to His Majesty, the Sultan's entertainment. And she will move out of the way, and as you see her shift her form past the table, you see that what was strong built before, kind of like an orcish woman, you see that the legs that are pushing her away from the table are way too big to be hers. They are like kind of like a Courage the Cowardly Dog episode. There's a disconnect between the girth and length of the legs that are pushing out. And as she moves off to the side, you see that the table begins to lower, and the chairs from beneath you begin to lower, and you are forced to your feet. And at the end of the tent on the other side, it is pulled to each side like curtains, and there's a blinding white light that leads to the other side.
Let us go then.
Yes. This will be
This is gonna be great.
This will be fun.
a worthy challenge.
I got all your backs.
Heading on through and past the guard, you break through the blinding white light to the other side. And on the other side is now a truly magnificent view. The entirety of what is before you is a mixture of gold and brass and precious metals. Everything is lined and embroidered with an absolutely godly amount of wealth that one could only imagine of, even as nobles yourselves. The sheer amount of value that is placed before you is daunting. The people here, less gaudy than the ones that you passed on by, as they revel in what they have and not what they aspire to have. The people here are distinguished, the Genasi, the few humans, and the Ifrit. Their noses are upturned, but their posture and bodies are distinguished with that of either jewelry, embroidery, or battle scars, as they know exactly what they are, who they are, and what they deserve. There are plenty of buildings lining the area, and you can see from even where you are standing that inside are posh interiors of either mansions or lavish inns and places to stay for the visiting nobility.
Well then, seems that this will be our competition for the upcoming trials.
Interesting.
survived a fiendish invasion. Took down quite a few as well. Don't see why this would be any more difficult than them.
Remember not to let your guard down. They think they can win too.
Of course. They're all confident, and unlike the others, they seem to have skill to back it up.
Oh, we're going to win, but we need to make sure we take them seriously. Because
Exactly.
underestimating anyone is going to be a death sentence.
Indeed. I didn't get to where I am by being reckless. I only wish I can. I only hope I can return to where I came from.
Just gotta imagine them as filthy poachers trying to hurt animals. I can do this.
Do whatever you need to. But remember, nobody is going to care that you don't necessarily want to fight. We signed up for this. This is going to be life or death.
They don't have any healers on hand, I guess. I don't see anybody in or any kind of medical tent.
You really expect that they would care about the health of the participants. It is win or die.
It's the fact that they're high-born nobility that I would fully expect them to care.
Remember what I have said. It is win or die, and they expect to win. Why would they need a healer if they are the ones who are going to win?
Never understood cockiness of nobility.
It is an absolute statement of fact.
My brother had it in spades.
Speaking of, we were hurt rather lots earlier. I have some magical healing I can spare, but not much.
Hopefully the tournament's not today and maybe it's tomorrow.
It's
It
possible.
would be an interesting test.
Patience. See who gets fed up and leaves.
No.
People who got stabbed and kicked out of the line were the ones who were impatient.
Ideal, make a strength saving throw for me.
Oh no.
You're dead
Not a
already.
I'm -2. I'm weaker than Paseth.
Oh no.
Oh, thank goodness. It almost was a 1, but it's a 7, so 5.
Really funny though.
It would have been hilarious. -1.
You guys,
Weaker than a fairy.
you guys hear an immediate thud sound as Ideal is sent straight down to the ground from a slap to his backside. Not his actual back, just a slap on his butt. From this 10-foot tall, pale skinned man that I believe only Ash would know as a Goliath. And you see that across his entire form is very, very poorly taxidermied animals all over his body. He has like a couple of foxes that register as some sort of like bracer on his forearms. There are full-on wolf pauldrons that he has. There are large dog pads he has on his knees. Across his chest looks to be like the mixture of some sort of bear, some sort of other large carnivorous animal that's kind of hard to tell exactly what it is, but his entire body is decked out in these poorly taxidermied hides. As he says, "Aye, so you're the next ones up, huh?"
Yes, I suppose we are.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you look mighty beat up there, and he kind of gestures out with his hand, and you notice that it's also cut, and there's still a good amount of blood from it. Well,
Oh, it's fine. We're pretty durable.
don't have to be too bad. Apparently, some of the folk around here were anxious about a good show, so they decided to make it for later. Not quite sure what that means, but looks like you have a little bit of time to, he looks down to Ideal, patch up your wounds and hide your weaknesses until the actual tourney.
Just looking at him on the ground, scrambling to get up. He is red, and his eyes are glowing even brighter gold. Just looking super mad at this man.
Save it
As
for the
I do.
tournament.
Sorry, I started to speak at the same time you were. What were you saying?
Adeline sees that Ideal's getting angry and simply says, save it for the tournament.
Oh, he's going down.
Hey, there's some fire in you
Oh,
after all.
I really hope we face him in the tournament. Oh, he's going down.
Why are you saying that? Why you have to wait? I'm right here if you want it, boy.
Oh no,
he
there's
called you
rules.
boy. What are you gonna do, Ideal?
We've seen what happens to impatient people. We don't want that to happen. We know there's rules. You're not going to get to me, but oh boy, I sure do hope we face you in the tournament. So I can just smash your face in.
Oh, it's all right. You can let your lizard pet and your two, I don't know what you are, but I'm sure they have more balls than you do.
Lizard pet?
Now you really fucked up. Ooh, man.
Sean does the equivalent of like, I don't know if it's a crocodile or an alligator, but like that reptilian hiss that they do. The sentiment is equal, Ideal. I sincerely wish we get to fight later.
Save it for yourself, lizard pet. I'll save your head for my jockstrap.
Oh, and you were so handsome too, but now you're just kind of an asshole.
I'm going to enjoy fighting you.
he just continues laughing as he walks away.
There is a deep, like, it almost sounds like a growl, but on closer inspection, it sounds more like gurgling. But then it dies down. Not worth it. Save
your-
it for later.
Keep your wits about you. Do not let anyone goad you into making a mistake.
Yeah, we're guests of the great Sultan now. We're meant to be entertaining him, and we don't want to do anything to interrupt that.
Any entertainment that he gets from me is secondary towards my goal.
So,
I guess the universe just also decided to kick me in the pants and get me jump started. I am ready to kick ass now.
Good. You'll definitely need it.
Yes. Now you're taking this seriously.
See all those poor animals on him.
so you guys have a wondrous city, at least part of the city before you. Where do you wish to go?
To wherever they would allow us to rest as participants in the event.
Mm-hmm.
So I found this great tavern. Probably got some beds available. Rest up. Play some dice.
Wouldn't they have a location for the participants in this area?
Is that an
Are we
above-game
in-
question
are we
or
in-
in-game?
Above board, I think, because Adeline would have said that differently.
Are we in the new district where the combatants are supposed to be staying, or are we just free to go about the entire city of Brass?
I mean, you walk through a curtain that presented this new place before you as you were invited to it, so it is safe to assume that you are supposed to be in this section.
Revised idea. Oh,
Maybe
sorry.
once we win the tournament. Once we win the tournament, then we can go to your tavern.
Oh, no, even better. If we're supposed to be here, why don't we take the opportunity to find where everybody else is hanging out and see what we're up against?
Yes, information gathering is key.
If we know
Recon.
what their strengths are, then we can play around that to find their weaknesses.
Or we find their weakness and hammer on it until they're no more.
Exactly. Frick. Sorry.
Oh,
You're good.
speaking of, how many of you really like to hit things up close?
I do.
You've seen me fight.
No, it'd be those two.
I'll make sure to prepare something special for you guys next time we get a chance.
Very well then. Alright. Let's see if we can find where people are going. Get information on them, if at all possible.
Okay. I will say that I will allow you guys to, if you wish to help another person, you can do so. But I will ask either a roll of investigation or survival for trying to kind of ascertain people's locations.
17. Investigation.
16 investigation. I did not expect that one to go as well as it did.
Investigation and survival are the same for me. Ideals, what are yours? So I can assist you if possible.
Mine's a +1 survival or +2 investigation.
So
Not
more or
too
less the
great.
same for me. Well, if I can roll a straight roll, or you can assist, or I can assist you and you can roll advantage, either or.
I haven't been rolling that great, so I'll assist you.
Alright, and I'll take this as a survival, because why not? Advantage, there we go. 10. Ugh.
Okay.
10 with an advantage. Frick.
Cool.
So, for Belda and Adeline, you guys are kind of putting yourselves through the normal mental paces in order to ascertain locations and where people may be staying. You've both dealt with the haughty nobility and the prissy individuals that require a lot of maintenance. So you're both well aware of places that would stand out to them and have pinned down a number of locations. That would be applicable. With your roles, I'll say you narrowed it down to 2 specific buildings. As for Ideal and Ash, you are trying to follow like distinct footprints in the ground, trying to look at kind of shoe makes and trying to follow the more fancy ones and see what hotels they might lead to, as the ground is still like metal, but there are distinct little imprints from the heat that is generated from the metal, and you're following that. And the most distinct one, you kind of turn around the corner and you see the Goliath individual from before, and he just crudely looks at you and just wipes his private area, just looking at you with the most douchey frat boy look on his face.
Anywhere other than that.
Agreed. Backtrack to the others.
Okay, you guys meet back up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any luck on your end?
Just the Goliath again, and less time spent around him, the better.
Yes. Don't want to give him the opportunity to try and take us out before the event.
I wouldn't doubt he would be that cowardly to take someone out in their sleep.
Oh, it's
Well-
nothing to do with cowardice. It's strategy.
It's worth noting he might have a team with him that we just haven't seen yet.
Probably does.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Most likely.
Well, what if they're all worse than him?
Well, then it doesn't matter how they are. They're all going to fall one way or another.
We will beat them. We will win. No other option is possible.
So seeing how he is, he might be a trap setter. Might be like someone that we need to be careful around too. Unless he took all those beasts down barehanded, which given his size, likely as well. But he
Well,
looks to be a hunter and poacher, so probably sets up traps too.
given his attitude, he's either the strongest man alive, or definitely accomplishes things through tricks and then takes credit for it as strength later.
Compensating.
It doesn't matter how he is. He's going to die when we fight.
Okay,
That
but
is it.
it does matter. If you want to win, you gotta know him. Or at least make
Yeah.
sure he falls for, I don't know, simple mistakes where we don't.
You
If he's
misunderstand.
bluffing.
You misunderstand. I know that it matters if he is somebody who will fight straight up or somebody who will rely on tricks. I'm saying that no matter which he attempts, it will not work. We just
Honey-
need to be ready for either.
Honey, I'm a dwarf, and even I think your pride's a little bit blinding.
She ignores that.
Since you and Ash are frontline fighters, be up to us to watch their surroundings.
Who are you talking to?
You?
If you want me to stick by you, I can.
I mean, position yourself however you wish. Just make sure that their backs are covered.
I got you.
Okey-doke. I think just for a quick moment, just because I want to make sure that everything is okay, I'm going to put a little pause, so we will be right back. And we're back. Okay, so as you guys have again reconvened and have discussed over some things, what do you wish to do now?
Ooh, I think we all probably need a nap, right?
Indeed, it would be best to get some final rest before.
Yes.
Well, perhaps not final rest. That is poor phrasing on my part.
Rest before we fight.
That, yes.
Preparation and meditation for the fight to come.
Indeed.
Okay. You have two choices that the investigation of Belda and Adeline has concluded. The two best looking places appear to be one called the Sultan's Call and the other being called the Charcoal Demure.
Do we happen to know which one the Goliath went to?
What are all of your passive perceptions?
13.
9.
And did we find them at one of them? Or that was just
A 12 passive perception for Ash.
11.
11. Oddly enough, Adeline, I would say that he's not subtle. So you would have noticed that this man did walk into the Sultan's call.
Well, he wasn't one for modesty, so that makes sense.
We do not go to the Sultan's Call. We go to, you said the charcoal
Demure.
demure. We go to that one.
All right. Let's go there then.
Okay. So, you guys head into this building, which is absolutely ornately designed. There appears to be even like an etching of some sort of glass, or perhaps it's just a very thin and transparent gem, but in front of the building, a dance of fire is displayed like a mural. There is a bit of an awning that stretches out to greet any guests to the establishment. And the building itself is trimmed and lined and filled with an absolutely immaculate brass covering. Heading in, there is a posh lobby with furniture of the finest quality that most of you, with the exception of, I believe, Adeline, would have had privy to, as there is the waiting area themselves look to be similar to that of a high-end room in an inn. They have plenty of locations in just this one area for you to rest and relax, with places with bookcases for you to relax as a study, or large gathering areas for people to fawn over each other or themselves over some tea or fine dining. And at the end of the room is a essentially check-in counter. Heading in, you guys are stopped by an individual who, as you guys enter about 30 or so feet into the establishment, you hear a voice from behind you. Oh, hi. Sorry, don't mean to intrude on you.
Yes? What seems to be the matter?
You turn around and you see a younger woman, tiefling. She looks up to you. Oh, sorry, I thought some of you looked a little familiar. Are you from the material?
Indeed. You are as well.
Oh, I travel a bit, but I just recognize a little bit of and she gestures to Belda's attire. You're of the fire apples, the ones that make the cider, right?
The very same.
I thought I recognized the design you have on your coat there. It must have rung a bell. I'm sorry, I don't mean to bother you.
Oh, it's no bother at all. I'm so glad that you heard of us all the way out. I still don't know where we are.
Well, I guess I can be helpful in that way. You're in the elemental plane of fire in the city of Brass.
Oh, I love that.
Right, I never explained that to you. You were away at the time.
Hmm.
So sorry about that. I didn't realize you was so in the dark about it.
Oh, I've only heard some stories. I would have pieced it together eventually, I think. So, the Sultan thing. And the fire.
There is a big giveaway.
Yes, it would be indeed.
And I'm so sorry. It's like I'm just getting a flood of memories. And she actually moves up to you, Ash, and she kind of looks around your armor a bit. It's familiar. Are you from Ivir?
Indeed, I am.
Huh. I'm from Tian 2, a neighbor, so sorry, I don't mean to be. It's just weird. So much space, and yet I run into someone from so close by.
And it is rather odd, isn't it? Well, where are my manners? I forgot to introduce myself. I am a Sean Blightclaw, but I prefer to go by Ash, if you would please. What's your name?
Oh, nice to meet you, Sean. My name's Soleil.
Soleil. I like that name.
Oh, my husband says he likes it too.
It was a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Soleil.
A pleasure to make yours, and good luck in the tournament.
Thank you. Wait. I never said we were for the tournament, did we?
And she's already gone.
Well, either we stand out more than everyone else, or somebody to keep an eye on.
Could be both, but we are dressed in armor and weapons.
Who have you seen here that hasn't been, outside of the merchants?
Who have I seen who hasn't
Right.
been outside of the merchants?
In
To
this
be
one
fair,
area, or
Yeah, it's since we got in here.
I mean, there are people that are dressed purely in like noble clothing and fancy robes and stuff like that.
To be fair, I am one of those. I don't have any armor showing. I don't have any visible weapons. I have a cane.
And you're signed up for the tournament.
Yeah. I have a cane. I have my beaten stick.
So, I'm assuming you guys want a room.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Normally, the rooms here would cost about 500 platinum per night. But seeing as how you are members of the tournament, your fee is waived until you lose.
And when you lose, you're dead, so you charge your own family 500 platinum.
Well, let's not lose then, because that would be even more embarrassing.
Right.
We already weren't going to.
No, no more of that attitude. We are going to win.
As if any other option were, well, an option.
I mean, sure, we could just take all the fun and the excitement out of it.
Ideal.
Yeah.
You hear a little voice in your head. I don't know about this. This is I'm feeling a little bit of a wrong here, man.
I pull my crab out and. What do you mean?
I mean there's a little bit of a, I don't know, an error, something that's just not right. I don't know. It's weird.
Hmm. As of what part of the situation does feel weird? Just being here. I mean, here is very weird, especially for you.
I mean, yeah, I'm already drying out, man, but it's just there's this place has its own kind of vibe, but there's something else here. I don't. It's hard to. And as he's saying this, you all feel the ground begin to shake and move.
Earthquake.
Can I tell how natural that earthquake was? By the
Does the
beard of
element-
Baranar or something?
Does the plane of fire get earthquakes?
Roll,
Are there firequakes?
roll me, anyone who wants, a nature check with disadvantage.
The line doesn't care.
Ash is concerned enough.
7.
5. The other one was an 18.
12.
Oh, not 7, 6.
6. Okay. Yeah, for all Belda, Ash, and Adeline, who doesn't care, but if to be asked the question, what's happening, for all you know, it is a genuine earthquake. For you, Ideal, you know, in your study of animals, you also study generally the natural world surrounding, and there's something weird about the vibrations that you're feeling. An earthquake has a lot of chaotic movements as there's shifting of the plates of the earth itself, and a lot of this is hard to determine exactly like the root cause or the root epicenter of it, at least from feel alone. But this feels organized. There's a feeling that you are getting from this shaking in which you can tell that this is not natural.
since everybody else seemed to be panicking,
Uh,
or at least some concern.
beyond your party, uh, everyone seems to be fairly blank-faced and just kind of looking around for a moment and then going back to what they were doing.
What was that?
It has ceased now.
No, it is still shaking.
Still shaking.
Yes.
Okay.
How intense is it?
How intense?
Yeah.
It would be like
On a hypothetical scale of 1 to 10, it need not be named by Richter.
probably like a 3.
Oh, so a good massage then.
You still having your bad feeling there, buddy?
It is still bad, and now it is compounded with whatever the hell is happening now.
Uh,
You all begin to feel a bit of pressure, ever so slightly building about in your shoulder areas.
Well, that's unpleasant.
Flash will just kind of shrug his shoulders, do his best to, like, give himself a massage in a way, just to, like, try to get that off, get that feeling off.
Adeline's going to roll her shoulders and stretch a little.
It's
Rudy, is that you?
which one? Oh, I thought you were talking about one of your pets.
Oh yeah, Rudy, the chameleon.
Okay, yeah, okay. I thought you were.
Yep.
You feel a shifting back and forth on your back as if to say no, kind of like side to side.
Oh. Oh, little buddy. I have a lot of little buddies. It's not Rudy. She might.
Would you like to go to your rooms?
Yes.
Indeed.
Okay.
Trying to walk while it's shaking.
Yeah, it's still, it's less of a shake at this point and more of a vibration. And as you guys ascend the stairs, again, every bit of this place lavish. While you are a very strong Eladrin yourself, Adeline, it is getting a bit hot in your suit. It's not dreadful by any means, but this is the most metal you've ever been surrounded with, ever.
Yep. She's doing her best to ignore the feeling and just not touch any of it.
And as you guys
Did you
make-
know metal sheets?
as you guys make your way.
Now that's really sheet metal.
Oh, I hate you, Zelden. God.
How obvious is it that Adeline hates the heat in the metal?
Uh, not the most obvious. She's really good at ignoring the heat being summer and all, and it's just more she is avoiding touching the metal, not as if like holding herself near something hot and then like pulling away like you would like if you got too close to a stove. She's just being careful.
If our rooms have a bath, they're just going to heat up the water to be a hotter sauna, whatever it is. Seems like, oh, what a normal sauna would be. Let's try a Brass City version.
Okay. You guys.
Brass City Sauna. That is actually probably a very good, just D&D name for a tavern or sauna place.
As you guys enter into your room, you notice one that the floor that you were told to go on is an upper floor, about 7 stories high, and the room that you go to is one of 3 on this entire floor. Going in, you are greeted with an absolutely gargantuan room. One with all of the amenities that you can ask for when it comes to absolutely giant-sized beds. You have one for each person in the group. You have several different bars and mini bars. You have bookcases lining the entirety of the walls. You have fireplaces in there, keeping it extra toasty. And at the opposite end of the room that you're in is just an entire view of the city of Brass, but the most important part, which being the Charcoal Palace and all of its splendor. And that is when you would notice that the land formations that lie beyond and past the city itself seem to be moving in one direction off to the right, almost as if you're walking past it.
So that's what that vibration is.
Are we in a moving city?
It seems that we are.
So
Could
cool.
be.
I don't quite remember being told that about this city.
You were never told that.
But out of character, oh yeah, I know that. I know that very well. It's a floating city. A really cool thing about the city of Brass.
Well then, this will be interesting. This room is large. Larger than I'm used to. This place is basically the size of an entire barracks. Well, I say barrack because it's the closest term I can think of right now, but still.
It's only slightly bigger than my father's study.
And to note, there is indeed a bath that you can run as and that has a temperature modifier as well.
Oh yeah, cranking that up. I was gonna use prestidigitation, but if it's built in.
best in all the
In
multiverse.
in the bar area, is there any area with ice?
No.
No. Oh, I'm so sorry, my poor chameleon.
Adeline's going to do something that you have not seen her do before and start taking off her armor.
I avert my eyes. I'm sure there's a changing room here somewhere.
I have the requisite undershirt and everything under the armor so it doesn't chafe. I'm not getting naked.
Oh no, Belda is and finds it hilarious if you blush or are in any way uncomfortable.
Adeline continues to not care.
Adeline wasn't the one who was uncomfortable.
I know. I'm saying that. I'm just continuing the establishment. Adeline is just not caring and
No
doing
above
her
at
thing.
all.
Yes, I'm not super familiar with armor. Never was strong enough to wear such heavy things.
The armor itself usually. At the point it stops becoming challenging and is just a chore. Just it's annoying to take it on and off. Takes too long to do on oneself.
Big B.
Yep.
Would I be able to? Would Adeline be able to speed up donning and doffing her armor by summoning her echo and having it assist her?
You know what? That sounds cool, so I'll allow it. I'll say the time is cut in half.
All right. Adeline will do
Just a
that.
flex. Just a flex.
That it seems to be incredibly useful ability.
What's the food situation in the bar area?
Oh, there's a lot of cooked meats for one. Weirdly enough, you would immediately assume, oh god, they went old, but like the smell enough is like potent in a good way. Like it smells fresh. There are other fruits that you would notice in here, but they are very much native to the plane. They are kind of this almost dried and blackened, kind of shaped like an apple and a banana at the same time. But there are a number of delicacies here for you to eat, both of the meat and vegetarian variety. I'm really bad at describing foods, guys. I'm sorry.
It's fine. No worries.
You are good. You are good.
I grab like just a very big menagerie of stuff and bring it to what I would claim as my bed and start feeding all of the animals. I have Ashlyn, my ash raven, just taking some meat. I will coax out my little shadow bats. Here, Tara, try one of these little fruits. See if you like them. Some more meat for Ruddy, the Arctic chameleon, which is very bad that he's in the fire plane. He is an Arctic chameleon, used to the
Oh, no.
cold weather. He is not happy here.
He kind of takes some of the food and like goes into a shadowy part of the underside of the bed and just kind of hides under there.
Yeah, he's a very scared boy. And poor little shadow bat.
But the food is
Um,
satisfying for him.
Oh, that's good. I was worried it was too spicy for him. More meat for the chameleon and little bits of bread and meat for Crab. Don't have a name for him. He's too special and too picky about a name.
You also notice that your crab rarely, if ever, eats.
I still offer him some. Is there any milk by any chance?
No.
Gross warm milk?
No. They do not have cottage cheese brewing up in your rooms.
You really should, though.
Good, but my poor kitten. Is
Not
she
like
still
milk's
with me,
actually
or?
good for cats anyway.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. I know that.
Yet they love it.
Well, she's displaced her biggest kittens, so she would eat meat as well. Just plenty of meat for everybody.
Aptaline is going to have some fruit and some meat and then go to bed.
Ash is going to get a meal as well. He didn't eat much the at the meeting earlier, and in hindsight, it's good that he didn't, because who knew he would have to fight that soon after. But he's finally going to have a nice, good meal. Mostly of meat, some fruits as well afterward. And he's going to head to his own separate room, but he's not going to, well, not separate room, but you know what I mean. Where where he would claim his bed for the night. And he will, before immediately going to bed, he will start to pray to Bahamut. There's a beginning of recited prayers, but after a minute or two of as many as he can remember, that's when he starts to get more personal in his tone, and in his prayer. He prays that don't know why I'm doing third person. Actually, it'll be much better if first. So when it gets to be more to the personal tone for it, he begins, Lord Bahamut, I do not know what will become of me soon, whether or not I shall succeed in this deadly tournament that I have signed myself up for. whether or not I'll see the snowy home again, or whether or not I'll be able to even return home. I pray that the light shining off of your scales shall be a guiding light. That I shall be directed home, not even to Ivir, not even to the Blight Claws, just the material plane at the very least. Please. And I can't get that man out of my head. He was terrified of my family. Stories of us, of the Blight Claws, reached his ears. What is our reputation? Are we not as good of a people as I thought we were? Am I better suited to live another life? To leave them? I wish that I could get a verbal answer some days, but I know that would simply defeat the purpose of faith. For if there is a definitive answer, then it is not faith. It is simply accepting a fact. But I shall keep my faith in you that you will guide me to the right path, that you will ensure that whatever plan you may have for my life, that I will fulfill it. Thank you for leading my life to where it has been. And if I die in this tournament, I pray that the light shining from your scales, the elements in your breath, and the simple pleasure of being in your presence is even better than I have dreamed of it to be. And with that, he gets ready for sleep for the night, and he'll do his best to ponder the question: are we the baddies?
Belda,
Yes.
anything that you wanted to do before turning in for the evening?
Other than being the worst roommate and bringing a smorgasbord of meat and fruit into the bath and then going to bed without so much as an apology, no, I just prepare my spells.
I would also like to quickly to Belda. You did pat my back once, and you may have met in contact at least with Mr. Rudy here, as he's just munching on meats, the Arctic chameleon.
You. Oh, it was not invisible, but differently colored.
No, this is his natural color, and he was invisible. He's actually very skilled at making things invisible.
Well, that should
It's an
come in
amazing
handy.
talent that Arctic chameleons can do in my study.
Very cool.
He's been hanging in there. Just wanted to introduce you.
Belda goes up and shakes the lizard's hand.
They do have very good grips.
Good to meet you, noble lizard.
He licks one of his eyes.
I was just about to fucking say.
I can't quite do that.
Yes, it's rather hard with our shorter tongues. I bet Ash could do it though. Sneaking a look at Ash.
Belda does the same.
Mhm.
How lizardy do you think he actually is?
I find it quite rude to do these kind of studies on more civilized folk.
Your lizard who has feelings, it's okay?
Well, I found him in the wild, so
That
it's only
makes a
through
difference.
only through training that he's able to stay close by to me at least. He still bites sometimes.
It's okay. A lot of us do. I'm gonna go to bed.
Good night.
Good night.
As you guys drift off to sleep and try and get your rest. Well, most of you sleep. Adeline, you trance. About at the end of your trance, Adeline, at the end of your trance, the 4 hours are up, and you begin to break out of it. You hear a knock at the door.
She will go up to the door, and is there a peephole or something?
Yeah, there's a peephole.
She will take a look and see who it is.
You see what looks to be a human fellow of brownish complexion, bald head, absolutely in ragged clothing, and he looks around as he's knocking on the door, and in kind of a broken tongue, just begins calling out, a message from Sultan.
Well, what is it?
He kind of looks around and goes, the tournament is going to be held in 3 days' time.
Message has been received.
Okay, and they scurry off.
Adeline will note that down. That's important. And then it's only a bath, there's no shower, and it's, I'm assuming, a metal bathtub.
It is a metal bathtub, yes, and there's no shower.
Adeline will swear because she is not getting in a metal bathtub. And will just go lie back down in bed. She doesn't need to sleep, but she doesn't want to go do anything.
Okay. So another 4 hours passes by, and you all get the benefits of a long rest, heal up, and the day is yours.
So, the tournament will be in 3 days' time.
3 days.
That's such a long time to wait.
So we train for 3 days, well, 2 days, and then we win the tournament.
That would be good. As confident I am, I can be better.
Can always be better.
Besides, when we do get home, there are still those fugitives to catch. What were their names? That was the Monolays, I believe. Their family. That other one, the druid, right?
Well, that's assuming there's even a kingdom when we get back.
Right, there was that giant dog
Dog thing.
thing. What even was that? It was giant.
I bet its nose was so moist.
Even more of a reason to get back to the material. Figure out what actually happened there. And if everything is still standing.
And I still need to get back what was taken.
Will you ever
it-
elaborate on that, or is it simply what was taken?
It is
Is
simply
it an object? Is it an object or
It is something that is mine that was taken from me, and I am going to get it back. Simple as that.
It sounds like it would be easier if you had assistance.
I already have a lead. The queen was going to tell me who had taken it. So that is a big one of the major reasons why I need to go back.
And not saying that it is true, but what if the queen is dead? What if there is no one back at TB2?
Then I will find somebody else to tell me. But I'm going to work under the assumption that she is not.
Hope for the best, prepare for the worst. Sentiment I can agree with.
we hope she's not dead. She shared a lot with us.
Precisely. Her being in, well, I won't say it just for safety's sake. But,
Her and her husband were pretty strong.
indeed. I wonder what it was with that one being that appeared to have cut through an entire building. That was honestly worrying. I'm glad we found this little trinket instead.
I still would have liked to have tested my metal against it.
I wish I had as well, however, probably would have been unavoidable death. Unless you had planned to run if things went south.
It doesn't really seem like her style.
Neither does dying. That's why I'm curious what would have come first.
Would have fought and would have won, or it wouldn't have mattered.
Man, if only we could harness that kind of confidence.
Yeah, trying to be polite, it's not gonna work. Velda just breaks out laughing.
I'm sorry, but you are just fascinatingly high in confidence.
If we could take all of that hot air in your head, we'd probably be able to turn all of Ivir into whatever you call summer. Whatever this place is like.
Adeline just ignores the commentary.
Probably work an entire airship, an entire airship fleet with that much hot air.
Well, as humorous as this is, won't get us anywhere. Harmless fun, but still.
So, training.
Do you
Right.
really need training? I mean, it seems like you can't lose, and if you can't lose, then there's no need for you to train. We should go do something more productive.
I can't lose because I train.
But you're already the best, aren't you?
As I've said multiple times, I can always be better.
Well then, how would you propose to train? Against each other?
That would make the most sense, would it not? We're the only ones here who we could trust to pull strikes and not actually kill each other.
Indeed.
I wouldn't really say that. Magic just kind of does its own thing. There's not really a pull in your punches.
Yeah, can't really pull punches with magic. It's just not how it works.
And I'm
It's all or
sure
nothing.
you... Oh, sorry.
No,
Just,
that was it.
I'm sure you'd be fine, but I'm worried about the others, you know, like Ideal being burnt to a crisp.
Well, fire's not really a problem for me. Heck, even cold's not a problem for me. Or poison. Infernal Constitution.
um, One thing that I would wish to do, although I don't think it'll be possible, there was a man I met briefly in a market back in the more common area. He knew my family's name, and he was terrified. He ran, seemingly, for his life. I didn't know stories of us had reached this far. And I'm very curious why and how.
There's an infamy with your name? Or
Well,
family
with a name. Honestly, now that I actually take the time to think about it, with a name like Blightclaw, probably aren't the best of people in most eyes.
And from what we've gathered, this place appears to be a great hub of trade of goods and information, so you're really that surprised that stories have made their way here?
When you live in a small bubble, when you're taken outside that bubble, it's jarring to find things that you think are commonplace would be rare or startling. Although, as you say, information can be traded here, or can be bought at the very least. You don't have to get it from him. I do wish to know what stories have reached people's ears, what exploits of my clan have become, well, I
So
don't
go
want to
find
say
a rumor
legend.
monger.
Honestly, it's not that worth it. I want to know, but what kind of price would have to be paid? Would I be able to pay it? I only have 25 gold, and the information that I have, I'm not willing to share.
Then we win, and then you can pay for the information.
Well then, there's probably some type of... Well, actually no, there probably wouldn't be some type of battleground. Too used to home.
I'm
Um,
worried that everybody's hyping up the rewards so much that when we actually do get it, it's going to be disappointing.
I
You are
Better
you're,
be worth it.
you are also missing out on the other thing that we get from winning. Reputation.
and reputation is a great power. When your name carries weight, there are not... Well, if it carries enough weight, there are a surprisingly small number of things that people would not do for you.
Already, plenty of people are doing enough things for me that are not me, not for me, but some other me. Who knows? This accomplishment that when we win, probably he's gonna steal it too.
He's not here.
You are the true ideal. And whoever this impostor is, if we happen to cross him, then he shall be slain and revealed for the impostor that he truly is.
If he survives the fiend's attack. Probably did, sneaky little bastard.
Did you not say earlier that he was laughing at you?
No, yep, forgot about that. Probably wanted to keep that on my. Fuck him.
Do you know who this fake you truly is? Is it a nameless imposter? Doppelganger of some kind? Or is it some person masquerading as you?
I'm not entirely sure. He looks just like me. That's what they. My father took his side as well, so he's more persuasive than me. I can be pretty persuasive, but he's got the upper hand on me in that. And I did research. It could be a doppelganger. And the queen used that in the letter. She knows that I'm having a doppelganger problem. It might be. Would a doppelganger actually have any kind of psychic ability to, even across the plains, mock me like that?
I don't know. Unless it's able to cast some type of spell to do so.
None of my family were that into magic. They were more into business. Couple courses in magic. That's how I'm able to work some of my innate tiefling abilities.
Alright then. Oh. For now, though, we don't have much to go on, so. Which do you think we should do? Should we just simply train, wait it out the 2 days' time before the tournament? Or should we try to gather information? Or, better yet, try to find a mix of both?
Regardless of what happens, I would like to train.
You go ahead and do that. I need to calm down my nerves, because I have been on edge from the very beginning of the invasion. I usually so panicked. What's going on, though?
Well, I hope you find the peace you desire.
Thank you.
Adeline is going to summon her echo and don her armor.
Understood.
And what of you, Boda? What do you plan to do?
Not waste energy fighting each other for no goddamn reason. Well, ideal. Do you want to go hit the town, find something fun to do? Or would you like to just calm down instead?
Well, hitting the town's one way of calming down. Can do that.
Okay. So, I'm assuming it's going to be Ash and Adeline going to train, and Belda and Ideal going to hit the town.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
As we're leaving, I'm gonna grab a bottle of something from the mini fridge and then whisper to Ideal. And let's be real, we're magic users. There's no point in training. We'd crush them.
Well, as long as I can stay out of their range. Pretty nice with my slippers.
Oh, look at me. I'm a warrior and I can't move anymore.
Well, I'm on the ceiling just pelting them with rocks.
Oh, come on, let's go before they tire themselves out.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
As you guys begin to depart and you go down the stairs and all ready for the day, you make your ways out of the hotel and about to separate when there's a moment as you guys are walking that kind of catches you off guard and you stop for a second as everything around you goes quiet. It is complete silence.
That's concerning.
Yes.
Ash, when you talk, you don't hear your own voice.
Would I
He is on-
recognize this as a silence spell?
Considering your level, I would say considering your level and considering what is coming up, yes. You, Belda, would be able to come to a quick determination of what it is. And you would all see a certain Goliath with a much smaller man standing across the street, and they're just barely holding in laughter.
Or that's it? Does it look
Audible
like
with
malicious?
muted sigh, just frustration and annoyance.
The line will just shrug and not care.
Don't Ash Ash isn't even giving them the time of day. Like, the best way to deal with people like that is by ignoring them.
Does it look like
Eh.
malicious laughter, like they know something's up, or just that this was like a prank?
You can see in the smaller man's hand what looks to be an arcane focus. You can determine that
Just
it was
reveal.
most likely him that casted the spell.
Yeah, that's not what I was asking.
Oh, what were you?
Like, is an assassin about to drop up to combo this into a death spiral, or are they just punking us?
Oh, yeah, this looks really immature as fuck.
And just revealing more of their hand.
Mm-hmm.
But, speaking of revealing, particularly for Ash, there's a prickle down your spine as just this cold rush goes over you. And I almost almost called you Passeth. Ideal, you feel the shivering from your crab, and you can hear almost like teeth chattering in your head, the nervousness, the lack of composure. And all of you notice as you are just kind of taking in this moment and taking in this scene, off to the left, about 10 or so feet tall, walking on 2, maybe 3, maybe 4 legs, a beast, a monster, something you've never seen before, with long necks and heads that look like humans stripped of skin and muscle, as it almost looks like they're screaming. And that is where we're going to end the session.
Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, what is this thing? Ooh, no.
Welcome.
We will find out soon enough.
Well, you're going to find out right now, because welcome, my friends, to the False Hydra arc of Entrenched in Nobility. See you next time.
Oh.